did not. Okay. Hey.
Erica.
I did not bring up another window, so I have no idea. So if you are here, you can hear us. Say hellos. Priscilla Reed says she's finishing up. She was an early bird. She said she's finishing up chapter 6.
Wow, way ahead of me.
Yeah. I have not. I have not read. And this is my third time reading it.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm just gonna read along with everybody else instead of reading ahead. So hey Sarah. Sarah was in our first live. Me, Shane, and Wendy. And she read it then. I love Sarah. Sarah
Sarah is like everywhere. I love Sarah.
I love
yeah, she speaks like 1,000 languages. Hello, Val and Prince Enki.
Oh, that's my husband.
Oh, well, hello, husband. How are you? Is Prince reading it too? Oh, unfortunately,
he's not
reading it. Okay.
Only have one copy.
Oh,
We're not sharing.
just here to support. Oh,
It's cute.
I love it. So I'm gonna get the tweet together that I should have had together earlier, but I'm a slacker. So if you want to go ahead and introduce yourselves and all that good stuff. So whoever wants
Emmarae.
Me first?
No.
Okay. I'm Emmarae. I just started my YouTube channel called Emmarae Empowered. And this is my second time reading an Unkindness of Ghosts. And I'm sort of halfway through chapter 4 right now and still loving it.
Okay, I'm Deidra. My channel is Shade Tree Reads. This is, thank you, Erica, for my copy. And this is my first time reading this book, but I have read Solomon's The Deep. And I think I own, is it Blood Like Water? Is that the name of the?
What?
Another word for, dang, what's the short story they have?
Oh, something, blood.
Yeah, it's like Blood Like. It's a
slave story. It's weird.
It's so weird. I loved it.
Yeah,
you told me about it, Erica, but I've forgotten the name of it. Let me find it real quick. Oh, okay. Blood is another word for hunger.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna read that, I think, after I finish this. But I am enjoying it so far.
Okay. So I don't know why my thing keeps picking up live as spelled incorrectly. It's Live, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's also live.
Right.
Okay.
It seems like it won't let you live.
Just let me live on my life.
For real.
Just, gosh, and why do things have to be so difficult? So, so what the plan is, we will recap chapters 1 through 3 as briefly as possible. Because I mean, there's a lot to unpack, but chapters 1 through 3, we meet Aster, Giselle, who's her, I'm gonna say her best friend. Who was it? Theo, Yeah. So those are like the three main characters that we meet. And we're just kind of getting an introduction to like how the ship Matilda is set up. And what else? I have a book full of sticky tabs.
I have 5 tabs so far.
And like in notes.
Yeah, I need to start doing some notes.
And marginalia. I just need books that have larger margins for when I need to take notes
For real.
in my book. It's a whole process. So let's see. So there are lots and lots of trigger warnings. So there's hints of child abuse. There's slavery, basically. What else? I should have written them down, but I didn't.
Talk of suicide.
Suicide.
To Aster's mom.
Yeah, self-harm.
There's like medical things going on.
Yeah.
Mental health, which is not, it's alluded to in the first 3 chapters, I think. But I think it kind of starts to flesh itself out later, but there is mental health as well. So what do you guys think so far for where you've gotten?
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I still really love it. Second time around, love it.
Yeah. Did you?
I like how they set up the atmosphere. I just really enjoy their writing and how it's not like overly wordy. I don't know how does that make sense? Like they're concise and still we get a lot of detail in there.
Right.
And I like that. I don't like a lot of extra description. I really don't.
Yeah. And I get that. It's they are very brief and to the point. And it's kind of like a like it or lump it kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, and one of the things that we talked about in the stream with Shane, Wendy and I, was we talked about comments, Goodreads comments, and like there were a lot of people that didn't like it because they felt that it was there was a lot of gratuitous violence. And I'm like, well, let's think about that.
Yeah.
And it makes sense considering the fact that it is supposed to take place on an antebellum South kind of thing. It's an intergenerational spaceship. Just FYI, y'all, in the comments in the chat, I only got like 4 hours of sleep. So there's that. My brain is not ticking as fast as it should. Please beware. So it takes place on an intergenerational.
New word. I love it.
Generational spaceship set up like the antebellum South. So, having said that, just the last part alone should make you understand that there's going to be a lot of gratuitous violence.
Yeah, I mean, it says it on the back of the book in the blurb. So how was this? What were you reading?
It boggles my brain. It really does. It boggles my brain. I just don't understand. And people worry me.
Are they okay?
On a daily basis, people worry me. Like, how do So anyway, on.
Yeah.
So comments, questions. I mean, because Britt kept trying to get me to give things away.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, that happens later. I can't tell you.
I'm gonna read for myself because I mean, if no, I'm gonna read it. It's fine. I'm gonna read it. I don't wanna be spoiled yet.
So husband says he doesn't read fast enough. Whatever. Whatever. I wholeheartedly have faith in you, husband. Thank you, Sarah. I cheated. Val cheated. Shame on you, Val. I read chapter 4 earlier in the week, just skimmed it now to refresh my memory. I'm going to start chapter 5 during the first sprint. Okay. And what are your thoughts? Read The Deep. It was incredible. Yes. Did that happen again? Her frenemy. Giselle. Giselle.
Oh, Giselle, so far. I mean, I just got done with the scene with her, and I have feelings, but I don't want to I want to give her more of a chance. Let's just say that I want to give her a little bit more time before I'm like.
What are your feelings?
I mean, I just think she's they must have a lot of history together. I just, you don't put up with somebody that acts like that if you don't have some history and almost probably some trauma bonding going on. So I just want to know more right now.
That really comes in with a bang. Like,
yeah, literally.
Like, you're like, oh wow, okay.
I was like, damn, girl, what was the point of that? But we're gonna wait, because the whole walking on the glass, I just didn't understand that part. Like, and
that's what I meant by self-harm. And she also, because Giselle also says she likes the pain. It makes her feel alive or something like that. I don't know.
Makes her walk faster, makes her light on her feet. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. So, and I think I'd have to go back because I have the ebook too, so I can like pull up quick quotes and stuff. I think she says early on, about the guards, something about the way that she walks. They're like they always have their eye on her.
Yeah.
So there's that trauma that's there. Now, I mean, you can hypothesize what it is. So, but Giselle, I really love Giselle. I really do. I'm sorry.
Okay. The jury's still out. I don't have an opinion. I just I'm just watching her. What's your deal?
Yeah. Were you asking a question, Deidra?
No.
Okay. So, frenemy is a blast from the past. Police guard brutality. Yeah, that's another trigger warning. So far, it's interesting. I still have no clue where the story is going, but I'm definitely intrigued enough to keep going. Yes. Off topic. That's for you, Deidra.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a shock to me. I was like, I think I texted Ashley, like, Ashley, did you know? I mean, of course you know, Ashley, but I was like, did you know? And she was like, yeah, we just haven't heard anything else about it. And then anyway, so yeah, it's the whole thing.
Yeah, so it's like instead of 5, there are 4 now.
Well, they consider, so it was Penguin Random House, Hatchet, Livre, Macmillan Books,
Mm-hmm.
Houghton, Mifflin, and Harcourt, and I am forgetting one. I just talked about this yesterday. I can't remember, my notebook's downstairs. But no, there's still 5. Because I think the sixth largest one, or maybe the most grossing or largest grossing one is Scholastic. But they don't do, they're just children. Yeah. So even with Penguin Random House absorbing Simon and Schuster, there's still 5 big ones.
Okay.
And I've just forgotten. I think I'm skipping the second one. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is.
Okay. All right. So.
Oh wait, I have a website right here. But keep going.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Keep talking.
Because I was just pulling up the timer. So shall we do? I'm pulling through the book. If I can find
HarperCollins. That's the other one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So 30 minutes, because that's what we did the last time.
Yeah.
And I think that should get us through at least one chapter, depending on how fast you read it, obviously. Oh, excuse me. And I got to go get my coffee.
Yeah.
And yeah, so let me pull up the timer. And so any hypotheses about what may happen?
And the whole book, like where's this whole thing going? I think everybody's gonna die in the end. I think Astor is like
very Shakespearean.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't think of.
Everybody's gonna die at the end. What happened? What's the book? They both die at the end, but no, everyone dies at the end.
Everybody. What are we doing?
Everyone dies at the end.
Y'all can't say though, because you already know what's gonna happen.
True, we do.
Yeah. But to be fair, Dana, when I first read it, I felt the same way. So
are you talking to me?
Did I call you Dana?
You did.
Sorry, Deidra.
Okay,
okay. So my truest apologies. So one of the girls that was in my Zoom last night, her name is Dana.
Okay.
That's not no sleep carrying over.
Yeah. And she sent a text like not too long ago.
Yeah.
So I'm like, ugh, Dana.
Yeah.
So my apologies. And
no worries.
Once I get my coffee, I still make no guarantees.
I'll walk out of the live with new names.
That's always a probability. I mean, it's not bad, is it? It can be fun. It can. Oh, wait. Erica, slow your roll. Get your life together. Okay. So, StreamYard. Back to StreamYard. I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. In theory, Chrome tab. This is always so convoluted. There's got to be an easier way.
To share the screen?
No. To just make StreamYard more stream. Y'all know what I mean.
I got you.
So there. All right. So a 30-minute timer, and let's see. Not a fast reader. It's okay. Curious about what they consider the promised land if they make it there. Ooh, yeah. That promised land thing. That's all, and I still wonder. And that's kind of why I wanted like another book, kind of a novella, maybe even because I feel like there are things that could be fleshed out some more.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, all right. So it is 21, and we shall get started with the first sprint. So happy reading, everyone. All right. So, how'd you do? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm almost done with chapter 4. And
How much farther do you have to go in chapter 4?
1 page.
Oh,
Like I could finish it while we're talking. Yeah.
You want to finish it?
Yeah, I'll finish it real quick while y'all talk.
Okay.
I'm now into chapter 5.
Okay. Hey, hey Shola, hey Bree. If you're still here, Bree. Yeah. So I just finished literally like right before the timer went off. I just finished chapter 4. And I got stuck because it was something that I hadn't seen before.
Ooh.
And I got stuck on it, and I'm like reading over it, and I'm like, wait a minute. Because I've read it before, I'm like, how does this fit with the rest of the story?
Ooh, that's interesting.
And so I'm like, oh my gosh, it has to fit with the rest of the story. I'm going to make it fit. But anyway, it's on page 59.
Okay.
And she's talking about it's the next pair. It says signs, however, did not rely on the existence of supernatural. But the thing that got me was truth was messy. And then right after that, the natural order of an entropic universe was to tend toward it. And I don't know why I got so stuck on that little line.
I do like that line though.
Yeah. I'm just like, wait a minute. So yes.
I liked this whole chunk on page 59. Like I washi taped it.
I have my washi tape here, and I was about to do the same thing. Because that is actually I have a sticky here, but I do want to washi tape that because I like that whole section too.
Yeah, I wrote out some quotes on sticky notes and like
I don't know I have to go get my little sticky notes too. But yeah, I was just like, oh, what is, and it probably is nothing. I'm probably overthinking it. For whatever reason, I got super stuck on it. Anyway, did you finish it, Deidra?
I did. I'm thinking because I had to watch a playback for your first set of sprints. And I remember somebody asking like where the name of the book or the title of the book. I wonder if this little section down on page 59 is kind of sort of what they were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then okay, so Giselle is already kind of like softening to me because I just knew there was more to their relationship than like how brash she was introduced right in the beginning. So yeah, I mean, because she immediately knew what was up. I relate to Esther so much in that I have to work at thinking abstractly. I have to work at reading between the lines and stuff. So I could totally understand reading that journal and her mom's journal and being like, oh, she's a mechanic.
Yeah.
You know, like I could totally see that, but that's not at all what Giselle. She didn't even think. I don't know if she even knew her mom was a mechanic. I don't know, but
I think she did know.
Yeah, because of that tool that Esther keeps trying to make work.
Yeah, Esther.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, excuse me. I'm washi taping, so go ahead.
Yeah.
Apparently I can't do two things at once.
You can't wash your tape and talk.
It has to be applied correctly.
Yeah.
With the utmost care. But so what do you said you think Deidra, you think the name An Unkindness of Ghosts comes from page 59?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a literal, but like the overall gist of that quote from her grandma, I think it is.
Her Aunt Melusine.
Oh, her aunt, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is sort of the gist of what Rivers Solomon means.
Yeah.
With the title.
When she said that that's what ghosts really are, the past refusing to be forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ghosts is smell, stains, scars.
Yeah.
Everything is ruins. Everything is a clue.
Yeah. And Aunt Melusine says something else, or it's relayed, I guess, through Aster, something else that Aunt Melusine says when she took her down to what is now her botanarium.
Oh yeah.
Was that earlier?
Yeah. I think it was like chapter 3. Chapter 3. So 25. Xylem wing, like all X-Dex, smelled of decay. You can't expect the dead to wear perfume, as Aunt Melusine had said. And I thought about that when I reread this part, because Aunt Melusine raised her, and I think she raised Giselle as well.
I think so too.
So I think that's part of their relationship. They were raised in the same structure or household, for lack of a better way to put it. And I think I guess Aunt Melusine knew Aster's mother, and I'm going out on a limb because we haven't gotten there yet, but could it be like Aunt Melusine, you know how back in the slave times when a child didn't have a mother, there was an older woman who couldn't work the fields or do whatever else anymore, and she was the caretaker of those orphaned children.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah.
Reading it.
So, but anyway, y'all's thoughts.
I don't know if I can say that yet, because I'm still trying to figure out what is bonded Aster and Giselle. I mean, they obviously, like I said, have a lot of history, and that might be it, like that they, grew up in the same household, but I haven't been able to suss that out yet.
And just in general, what are your thoughts? I'm putting you on the spot, Deidra.
Okay, ask me the question again. I totally thought I just answered your question.
No, I said just in general, like the whole thing.
Oh, the whole book. Yeah. Okay, so
what you've read so far.
I am going to struggle from now on with staying on the schedule now, because I'm really invested in the story after I don't know, after understanding what's going on with Esther's mother's journal. I like her realizing what's going on with it really has endeared me to her. So or is it them? I forget.
What?
Aster is Aster's.
Esther lives on a deck in which everyone is referred to with female pronouns.
Okay.
Flick is on
Flick is them. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to stay with y'all and not like, because I'll forget for discussion's sake. I'll forget some of the details, but yeah, I'm all in, and I still think everybody's gonna die in the end, but we'll see.
Everyone dies at the end. So that's Deidra's hypothesis. Everyone dies at the end.
Yeah,
I like it. So what about you, Emmarae?
I'm really enjoying rereading it and kind of noticing some things just because I know what happens. So it's interesting to look back and see my annotations.
Yeah.
And I'm very much intrigued by Theo. Yeah. I think his introduction and then his exit from this is very, very interesting. And I'm trying to read it without thinking of like what I know about him and about their like Aster and how like she knows him and go into that all over again, because I really liked his character. I found him really, really interesting.
Yeah.
I had to light a cigarette when I figured out that Theo and the surgeon are the same person in that whole scene. I was like, oh, what is going on? Because I wasn't quite sure where the frenemy part of y'all's inside jokes was coming from, and I'm like, oh, okay. What do y'all, without spoiling anything, if you can, like their power dynamic? So she was 15 and he's 5 years older when they met. And so they've known each other for 10 years. So he's 30 and she's 25. What's that power dynamic is a little what's that about?
I feel like if we said anything, it would be spoiler.
Okay. No fair.
Yeah.
All right.
It's an interesting dynamic, to say the least.
Yeah.
I think that's.
I mean, is that even a thing on Matilda? This
is it a thing?
Well,
I definitely think it's a thing.
You know what I mean? I mean, like the age difference and I mean, because I don't know if it's just a survival of the fittest situation, but he did what he did for her, and that was probably, they're probably, I mean, for me, if somebody did that for me, I probably would feel indebted to them forever. And Aster is she a Scorpio? Because I feel like she's
Scorpio.
What, like, you're a little cold considering. I don't know. I'm on chapter 4, so I mean I just finished chapter
4. Britt was like, she would feel some type of way if this guy all of a sudden started to refer to her as an acquaintance.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. That's all I am to you right now is an acquaintance. That
10 years later.
Yeah, like, I'm just an acquaintance. So there you'll have to see how because it does get explained how their relationship came about and developed. And that one of the things that we talked about last time was toxic relationships. And I'm wondering, since we're just on chapter 4 right now, what you're thinking about the relationship, like with Mabel and Pippi. We don't
have to start put like tick marks of all the toxic relationships in the book on the wall.
Yeah,
like, where's a healthy one? Like that would be a better, easier question to answer. Like they're all somewhat dysfunctional.
About Mabel and Pippi.
Yeah, like what's that about? Because I mean, I'm just meeting Mabel, I think.
Yeah, Mabel.
Yeah.
But
so
go ahead.
She was like, quiet down, leave the man alone while he's drunk and hear about to rape somebody. Nah, we don't, what was he in there doing? Like, why? They were asleep. Why are you waking them up to get, like, what were they doing that you needed? What was the other reason you were there? The guard or whatever. So, like, I feel like after, Mabel could have said nothing, basically. She could have just sat there. I mean, she was being harassed too. And, like, the guard had shifted his attention to somebody else, like Mabel, like, do you want to get punched in the ribs again, or do you, like, what is this about? Like, let us handle this. And I think that was that was a choice, and that was that says a lot about Mabel.
I think and I don't, oh no, I can't say that because that would be a spoiler.
See, that's good that you're reading at the same time though, because I've done it accidentally, spoiled some stuff.
What I was getting ready to say takes place much farther into the book. So I can't, and it was about Mabel, but I can't say it. So
I knew what you were gonna say, because I was like trying not to say anything.
Yeah.
Remember something, it was like, wait.
Yeah. So just know, Deidra, you're kind of on track with Mabel.
Somewhere there.
In her personality.
Well, I mean, it's the antebellum South setup, so there's going to, like, you sort of need a character like that, sort of. If I don't know if that's bad to say, but I think at least you two probably know what I'm trying to get at by saying that. So I think that Mabel is serving a purpose. I don't necessarily like it, but we're early.
Yeah. Do you see? Because I mean, the question was like the guard hit the railing of the bed.
Yeah.
And said to get up and accuse them of sinning, Mabel and Pippi.
Yeah. Which they were.
But they were also trying to keep warm.
Right. And you know. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, okay, Mabel, you were cuddling with your boo. So, and you were trying to keep warm because they cut the power.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe shut up. When she's trying to get boy out of here so y'all can cuddle again because it's warm and obviously something's wrong with you. You're either getting pneumonia because it's cold, or it's just you're sick. You're not well right now.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, on page 53, this I didn't even notice this on the first reading or the second one. At the top, it says identical. The guard shined his light on the symbol on the card, then to the identical inked mark on Aster's neck, confirming her identity. Did anybody else get slave branding vibes from
100%? And I don't know how I didn't catch that the first time reading it too. I don't know,
like concentration
highlighted that, like, oh my god.
Concentration camps for Jewish people came to mind.
Like, and who you belong to, but instead it's like which deck you belong to.
Yeah. And earlier, wasn't it mentioned that Theo has markings on his hands?
Yeah, but I think those are like for royal, to show that he is like.
Oh, you're right. They were sigils sealing him to God.
Yeah.
It says here. Got it.
Whew. That whole scene was a lot. Or like page when the guard came into the end, that was kind of intense. Like, I don't know. I felt the tension. And I'm like, I was had to light a cigarette. Like, Lord Jesus, let me turn my camera on. What is
Yeah. Well, he calls her a daft animal, and she's like,
Yeah,
"Indeed, leave."
sure.
Yeah.
Now bye. Yeah, whatever helps you sleep tonight. Bye.
And then that whole thing about the daft animal, and who was it? Flick said something. Was it Flick? Didn't call Aster an animal, but said, Aster said, "I've heard worse," or "I've been called worse."
Mm-hmm.
It's like everything links back. I feel like everything links back to something else in here, and it just pulls various things together.
It was Flick's grandmama or grandmima that was kind of on page I think on page 22, 23, like the bottom and then up into the top. It says Aster had been called worse, simple, dumb, defective, half-witted dog, get on all fours and spread. Not all there. Mm-hmm. I marked that. Reading that.
So
something. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, there's so much in here. Oh, and how Giselle figured out that Eldec referred to Loon's menstruation.
Mm-hmm.
And
she said L, she uses L instead of I when she's talking about herself.
Yeah.
Just the way Giselle broke down the code was like, okay, Giselle, I'm not still super mad at you. I still got my eye on you, like something's up with you. But she's smart. Something's there.
Mm-hmm. So let's pause and take a look, because we haven't looked at any comments yet. There are a lot. So let's pause, and then we can come back to chatting if you want, or we can go back into the 30, another sprint. Off topic. So I think that was Priscilla, and that was in reference.
I think we were talking about the what's the end game?
Yeah, the end game.
Like they're all gonna die.
So what's the promised land? Yeah, where is this promised land? And religion. Oh my gosh. How religion is so weaponized.
It is.
Not only in here, but just in general, and like for real life.
Yeah.
And people always weaponize religion. And but anyway,
that's just human nature. Like you can always, I mean, there's not a section of history that you can go to, or a section of the world either that you can go to where something wasn't being, like, as far as religion or thought, wasn't weaponized.
Yeah. No, yeah. Any sort of belief system.
Yeah.
Used to a horrible advantage. Or it could have been.
Or maybe I'm just kind of weird.
No, I definitely agree. A lot is popping out.
Yeah.
Because in that same description about when she was talking on like 23, when she's talking about Flick's Mima is comparing her or called her a name or something. Yeah. Right above that, she's talking about a spiritual being that Aster reminds her of. So
yeah.
And then the guard said something about them sinning, as far as to, I guess, females trying to be warm.
Yeah.
The field deck is popping off on page 76. I have to flip to that real quick.
Yeah, I think I remember what was happening.
Is that the end of chapter 5?
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that in the next chapter. So.
Okay. All right. I know.
Good to know.
I know what Val is referring to. So yeah, that part was fun.
Not fun. I guess I'm gonna get a cigarette ready. You need something stronger? Don't tell me.
The only thing that I will say is say hello, Karen.
Oh no. No.
That's all I have to say. Say hello, Karen.
Okay.
Way to put it.
Because the energy you're trying to give me, and I don't think I like it.
X-Deck or X-Wing. I think that is just Loon's designation, or her code, part of her code. Yeah. I don't know if River Solomon has a background in science.
If they don't, their research is impeccable.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. It's a good question because I looked up thermodynamics and I was like, okay. That's nice. This is why I was in humanities, not in science.
Yeah.
So, yes, washi tape. Washi tape.
I like my erasable highlighters because
I love them.
just because I will mess up a line, and I'm like, sometimes I read without my glasses, and I'm like, nope, that was the wrong line. let me fix that.
I need to get some, but I use the midliners because they have the colors that I want. Yep, I have the one that I'm using for this one now is gold. I used pink and orange.
Oh, I did orange last time too. I did orange and blue. I don't know why I traded off. And then I'm using a green one this time. Because it kind of matches the cover.
Are y'all?
Yeah.
Do y'all use the same color for everything, no matter what it is?
I do. And so
I am this time.
Yeah.
For each reading, I have a different color. So like the pink, like not that y'all need to know all of this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The pink was the first one, the first time I read it, and then the orange was the second, and the gold, because I don't know.
Yeah. Why not?
So okay. That's what ghosts really are. Yeah, that part. Yeah.
Excuse me.
I agree. I think from this point on, it's going to be hard to stick to the read-along schedule. More invested now, so I'm just like going to see what happens. Yeah. And I was thinking about that, to be honest.
Are the next one larger sections? I can't remember.
No.
Okay.
I think.
No, I mean like the sections that you'll be talking about in your sprints.
For today, or
no, like your whole for the month.
No. There's
just like 3.
There's still 3 chapters.
Okay. I'm gonna try.
And that's why I did them twice a week instead of once a week.
Yeah.
Because having read it, it does get like fairly. It gets more intense.
Yeah.
We're thinking, okay, it's intense now. It gets more intense. Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie about it.
It really does.
Erica's like, you don't need a drink, girl. Just go on and get
honestly, yeah. It definitely it does. And I see where I don't have anything highlighted. And those, honest to goodness, were probably either times when I was just like, I can't. like I was reading and I was like, I can't stop to like highlight and take notes. That's the only reason why I can think. Like all of chapter 5 has nothing.
Listen, you can tell. Yeah, you can tell because like I'll slap a tab on there real quick, and I'll go back to try to. I'm like, what was she even talking about?
Right.
Yeah. So it'll just be crooked on there, just like you were just trying to get it on the page.
Right.
Yeah. I usually like hold a pen, and if I can't slow down to highlight it, I'll make just like a squiggle. Like something here.
It's crazy because it like Val said, page 76.
Yeah.
And I would venture to say that is right around the time when things really start like to develop.
Pops off.
Yeah.
How many pages is this whole thing? Let's see. Oh, it's only 300. Oh God, I'm in for a ride, Erica. Thank you.
Salter said in the last sprint, he was like, "Is this book going to be like Harley's recommendation of Minion?" And I was like, "Wow, no." I would not do that to y'all. I would tell you straight up that it would be like after I read it the second time, I wouldn't have recommended it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been like, "Deidra, you got to read this book. What's your address?"
Right. Oh man.
I wouldn't have done that.
I'm ready.
So okay. Let's see.
I'm ready to get wrecked, I guess.
Right?
I just remember how the deep was like, let me see.
The deep was like a little over 100 pages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was what? Yeah, 155 pages. And I think I just stared at the ceiling for the longest time when I got done with this. So I just can only imagine what they do with double the pages.
Yeah.
It's intense. It's intense. So mentor-mentee relationship. Yeah. About the Esther and Theo thing, a part of me is actually wondering if they might be siblings. Okay. I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat for a minute, Sarah, so bear with me. Because Sarah said I went down Conspiracyville and like the one with Wendy and Shane. And yeah, I told Britt like for this one I was gonna have my tinfoil hat, but obviously I don't. Imagine I have one. And that is actually my theory that they are siblings.
I'm gonna pay attention to that more.
The tea,
tinfoil hat.
The tea is steeping. I'm gonna have to write this down, Erica. On 3/7/21, Erica has
said. That's just my theory. Hello, T. Let's see. I feel like it could be longer too. Yeah.
I like it though. I like so far the pacing is good for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Symbol on Esther's neck. I thought slave branding. Yes.
Yeah.
Everything links back. Okay. It's hard, even if you're a STEM major. Okay, it's
bacon.
Continue, but can't be ba.
I think it's bacon time.
I think so.
Bacon time. Yeah, that's how I'm reading it.
I didn't even see that. Okay, it's bacon time.
Erica needs more coffee.
Yeah, I think you need a mimosa this time.
Because I'm going to tell you what I thought it said. I was like, it's ba continue? No, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
That's,
You need double vision so it'll line back up. So you got to counteract it, you know?
that's a name. But
Yep. A calendar because of his genetic condition. Oh, yeah. What was that they were talking about in the beginning? The
yeah. Okay. So they don't know who Aster's father is.
Highlander.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know who Aster's father is. And I have my theories on that too. Again, tinfoil hat. So in our last discussion, we were talking about this, and why does Lieutenant have such a disdain for Aster, and why is he like always after her?
That's Theo's uncle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Mm-hmm.
one of the things that we talked about was, or did Britt and I talk about this after? I don't remember. We were both tired. So we talked about how maybe Loon was Lieutenant's sister or relative, whatever. And or that Lieutenant could be Aster's father. We just threw around a whole bunch of different things. But I was just like, I don't understand.
Could she be Aster? Could maybe for some reason Lieutenant maybe wanted to procreate with her, and then when she went and did what she did.
Well, Lieutenant was the one that said she was ready for breeding.
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe when she did what she did, or when that happened, maybe it pissed him off, and that's, I don't know. I have a tinfoil hat too. I love.
I mean,
conspiracy theory, child.
Me too. I want to make a tinfoil hat so we can put on.
Yeah, when I make my drink, I'm gonna make a hat. Y'all come back on camera like, oh.
We should make a crown.
Yeah,
tinfoil crown.
Tinfoil crown.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, it's bacon time. All right. That's thank you for clarifying that, because even with these extra eyes, I didn't see it. Call you Malachi. Okay. His mother and father are explained. Theo's mother and father. Yeah, they are. Which shocked the shit out of me. But it shouldn't have.
But even when they just want to break their spirit, a lot of time it's like there's a reason, like, oh, you're too dark to whatever. Oh, you're too smart to whatever. Oh, you decided you wanted to do your own thing and I want to break you. So usually there's a reason why.
Okay.
Usually.
Yeah, that's true. Because, okay, and I'm just going to say this. I don't know if anybody's seen Roots, and I haven't seen the whole thing, but that scene, it's the scene with LeVar Burton, and he's being whipped because he keeps saying that his name is Kunta Kinte, and he's like, no, it's Toby, right?
Yeah.
And that's just another way, I mean, more brutal, obviously, of trying to break you. And I think there's a lot of that going on in here, under the guise of religion, really.
Yeah, because I remember Aster when we first figured out like that she keeps calling him surgeon. I think in the like maybe first or second chapter she does call him surgeon, but she also says Theo. But there's something about that didn't make me make the connection that those are the same people. Mm-hmm. But in the chapter where they're in the scene together, she mentions like some physical characteristics, like his nose is wider than mine, something about his maybe his eye color and the wave pattern or something like, or maybe his lips, and the wave pattern of his hair. So yeah, there's something there.
Yeah.
I think it could go back to power too, that like the lieutenant doesn't like that Theo has chosen her to mentor and work with. And so it could be their like Theo and Lieutenant's relationship that he takes it out on her rather than discussing his feelings. Or
and take it out on Theo because that would also be problematic because since he's part of the sovereignty, you know, then he could get in trouble for that. For taking it out on him. And lose his power, lose his position, which is obvious that he's all about. So not a spoiler.
No, that's very clear.
But yeah, it's really, I don't know. It was something that I was gonna say, but I can't remember now. But anyway, does anybody else have anything they want to bring up before we sprint again?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm ready to drink, so that's where I'm at.
Okay. Well, okay, it's 1:40 my time. So what, 12:40 your
That's
time?
what we're going with. It's one something.
Okay.
It's afternoon.
Still morning for me. I'm over at 10:40.
Well, yeah, we're in Erica's time zone today, y'all.
or hey, how about this? We could be in Sarah's time zone. She's in the Netherlands.
Yeah, it's probably already night there. It's probably bedtime. So yeah.
Perfect.
So okay, you go ahead and get your libations.
Okay. Don't think I won't.
I'm gonna reset the timer. Okay, well, first of all, I'm gonna find the proper timer because the one that I had before had ads galore.
Wait, did you see that got liquid lunch?
Yeah. I was just like, what the heck is this mess?
That's so funny.
I mean, it was crazy. And now this one has an ad.
Why allow ads on timers?
I don't know. It's, you know what? Google has lost its mind. Google has lost its mind. Yeah, liquid lunch. Deidra is gone.
Oh gosh.
Okay. All right. So let me share screen. I have to think this through each time. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Share. And are we ready? So get all of your utensils together and libations.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
And happy reading. Okay. How far did you get?
I'm almost done with chapter 5. Is this still 5? Hold on. I'm all turned around. Yeah, almost done with chapter 5.
Okay. Yeah, I am not. I had a washi tape problem.
Oh no.
It got stuck to the page.
Oh, that's the worst. It always happens when I try to do like a longer piece.
Yeah.
Evenly put it, and somehow it's like completely jagged.
And I was trying to like lift it off without like tearing the paper.
Oh.
So anyway, so when Val said 76, page 76, I thought it was something else.
Oh,
I realized that when I was reading it, I was like, wait, I think I know what scene Erica was talking about. I think that happens.
Yeah. So Karen doesn't come in until later.
Well, I'm drinking in preparation.
Okay, yeah. A lot still happens.
Yeah.
It's very intense still, this scene that we're in the middle of. I got like 2.5 pages left in chapter 5.
So, Ashley, I guess we'll do another, not I guess, we will do another sprint. If you guys want to.
Yeah, we gotta get to chapter 6.
Okay.
We got a goal.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll do another sprint. And I guess then we'll reassess after that.
You're drinking water. I'm proud of you.
Oh, okay. Well, it's funny. I have like I'm sitting next to a mini fridge, and just a second, it's really funny. Just have like a bottle of rum in here.
Yes. Rum is my fave, or whiskey.
It's really vanilla-y, this one. It's very strong.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll do another 30-minute. Ashley, do you want to join in the stream? Is that what you're saying? Or are you just going to join in Brent? I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend.
I don't know why I thought her aunt was, or aunt Lucy. How do you say that? Melissa. Yeah. For whatever reason, I thought she was dead, but she's yet alive and dropping gems. Are like her aunt. Her auntie.
Yeah. Her Aunt Melusine, she's a character in so many ways. And she has her own chapter, just FYI. She has her own chapter. And so does Theo. Which I liked. I did like both of them. It filled in some holes. So just letting you know.
Okay.
But they do have their own chapters. So how far you've gotten? Are we all like in the middle of chapter 5?
I think so. I have a page and a half left of chapter 5.
Ashley said, send me the link.
I didn't delete your comment.
Yes, ma'am. I will send you the link.
I don't see it on here on StreamYard. I see it on YouTube, but I don't see your comment on StreamYard. Oh, just for the record, Ashley. Yeah.
Okay. So y'all, I can't do two things at once. So y'all go ahead and talk.
I really liked how the ship was described. The first time reading it, I had a hard time seeing it, and I was very confused. And this time, I think I'm able to picture it better because of other scenes. So then rereading how it's starting to be described, like, fills in the pieces in my mind.
Yeah.
But I really like that aspect. I think it's really interesting how it's like shifting around.
I'm struggling with picturing the deck out. If you weren't reading and watching my face, I was like really trying to figure out how that. I'm having trouble picturing it. For some reason, I'm getting the tunnels from the Hunger Games.
Ooh, yeah.
In my mind. Ashley.
Emmarae, this is the first time I've been live with you.
Oh my gosh, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Hey.
Ashley said, "Send." I said, I didn't mince my words. So
I'm having trouble picturing it, but
have any of you seen Interstellar?
Who's in it?
Huh?
Who's in it?
Matthew McConaughey. And
oh yeah, you're talking about the ship when they're working out.
Yeah, I think it's more in the
Oh.
future because you see this like field in his house, and then there's like you see that it's all on like a curve, and at the very top of him is like a baseball field, and kids are playing, and then it's like a light or the sun is down the center. So that's kind of how I'm picturing it, but on a bigger scale than just that scene.
That helps a lot for me.
It's really interesting.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah. I like that one, and I like The Martian, but I like sci-fi.
Yeah, me too. I have the screenplay Interstellar. That's a different conversation.
Oh, there's a screenplay. Or you just the
That's cool.
So, Ashley,
Yes.
welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Are you reading?
Okay, so I am like hitting up a lot of streams today. I did the Black and On stream this morning, and then I did a discussion on
Fear's Death.
yeah, this bad boy. And so I just joined the group yesterday, so I'm gonna be playing catch up with my copy. I heard I need my annotation supplies.
Yes, ma'am.
You do.
That's the word on the street.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna make sure I get my annotation supplies ready.
As Bree says in these internet streets.
In these internet streets. That is so true.
So yeah. Because like I said, I don't know if you heard, I had a washi tape incident.
Yeah, I heard you had a washi tape incident. What do y'all use washi tape for in your books? Like, what the hell is that? I mean, listen, I'm used to the tabs
Have the page.
and and sticky notes and stuff.
Yeah.
Wait.
But Emmarae, but why? What's the purpose of the washi tape?
Well,
I
the sticky out so
usually
you
highlight the like edge of my pages, like
Yeah.
like here. I have a.
So
Oh, darn, this is the wrong book. But usually I highlight on the sides of my pages. You can't see it at all because it's pink. For when I run out of tabs. So the washi tape, I can just see it better, and it stands out. I can see it. That's why I enjoy it a little better than the tabs. And I run out of the tabs real fast.
Okay, so you use it in place of your tabs then?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not going to use washi tape then. I just wanted to know maybe if it was another annotation process that maybe I was missing out on, but I just stick to my highlights.
It kind of is because it's an Injiri thing.
Not y'all doing this because Injiri is doing it. Because Injiri uses washi tape for her books. This is why it started.
This is Regina George all over again.
It is Regina George all over again.
Even though Injiri
is nothing like Regina George.
That's where we're at.
Yeah,
I love it.
I was like, I'm gonna give this whole washi tape thing a try because Injiri showed her a book that she had washi tape and bedazzled. And I was like, oh, I like this concept.
Not y'all like the aesthetic or something, so now you're using damn washi tape. Come on now.
You didn't like that word aesthetic, Ashley.
I thought this was some like this new like definitive thing that we were doing here, and the washi tape served the purpose. I saw it in Jerry washi tape her book, so I'm going to washi tape her book. That's like the same line from Mean Girls. I saw Regina wearing army pants. I saw Katie wearing army pants and flip flops, so I wore army pants and flip flops.
It's 100% FOMO.
That's crazy. Washi tape because of FOMO? Really, y'all? I can't though. But listen, I feel like I have seen in Jerry's annotated copy of this book, and it was like, it was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I have this is my third time, so I've got like all the tabs.
That's beautiful.
And so now I have
that is absolutely beautiful.
And then I have the washi tape that's in here.
So do you kind of fold it over the page? Is that how you do it? Okay.
That's what I do. Because I like it because it stands out a little more than just like the highlighter. Because if I like a part, I won't highlight all of it. I'll just like highlight the edge of the page and be like, this is the part that I like. I like this whole chapter.
That's what I do. And if it's like the whole page, I highlight the page number.
Yeah.
So that I know that it's the entire page. But yeah. Okay.
Well, we'll just talk about the fact that I'm reading a lot more SFF.
Woo! I'm proud of you.
I feel like I'm part of the cool kids club because, I usually stick to my, literary fiction, realistic fiction, contemporary type level. And, I just down Jemison like last week.
Okay, hold up. Time out. I need everybody to help me pressure Ashley to watch The Fifth Element. I need everybody to jump on this bandwagon. Because it's like...
I'm jumping.
Yes, thank you, Ray. It's just one of those movies that, like, okay, of sci-fi movies, it's enjoyable. I think it's like a cult classic too. So I feel like you need it in your life just to say, I watched it and I didn't like it.
Listen, Deidra has been trying to get me to watch The Fifth Element since last year, y'all.
Really?
For a while.
Yeah.
So what the problem is?
She don't like sci-fi, and I can't be mad at her.
It's okay. You guys got to give me a little bit of. First of all, let's be completely transparent here. Yeah. Ashley reads or has read science fiction and fantasy. I did not, Shamla. But my science fiction and fantasy typically comes from young adult or middle grade or children's literature. So I am just really getting into adult SFF because it has always probably been one of the most intimidating genres for me. So I'm not as, and it's crazy because, comics have very much so a huge element of fantasy and sci-fi to them, but the way that they're consumed, the way that they're laid out, it's just a little bit different. So it's intimidating to me. So, looking at The Fifth Element, very, very heavy sci-fi. And I'm like, remember, I just read my first true adult sci-fi last year, which was, we read it, Erica, Nikki Drayden.
Oh, yeah.
Exodus? No.
Escaping Exodus.
Escaping Exodus, yeah.
And that's when I was like, I really like this. So it's kind of I don't think it'll be boring or anything like that. It's just a level of intimidation that's to it. You guys see how long it took me to read N.K. Jemisin, right? I've been talking about reading N.K. Jemisin since August of last year. It took me almost 6 months to pick it up.
So was it Who Fears Death or was it The Broken Earth?
I read 100,000 Kingdoms.
Oh, okay.
So The Inheritance Cycle was the first one.
Okay.
Who Fears Death is not the first Nadia Okorafor book that I've read, but it is.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I said Who Fears Death.
It's her first full length that I have read though. Everything else that I've read from her has been kind of like novella length. So yeah. So I'm getting there, just kind of take it a little slow.
Take little steps.
Baby steps.
if I pressure her now on the live, maybe this time next year.
Oh, don't do that. Now I'm going to watch. And then in the next couple months, I'll be like, y'all, I finally watched The Fifth Element. Because now I feel the pressure to do it.
And now, I mean, we can always do a watch party.
We could do a watch party.
You can drag it live.
I feel like I need to watch
it. Drag it live.
Yeah. What were you thinking?
I think
I'll be okay with that. I just,
No. So we need to make that happen where I get to watch it with people, because if I'm left to watch it by myself, it probably won't happen.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I need to watch it with somebody.
That's fair. So have you started, Ashley, at all?
Started what?
Unkindness, yeah.
No, because my main focus was finishing up Who Fears Death.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I wanted to finish that first before I actually dive into that, because I feel like if I'm reading adult SFF, like I only need to do one at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little different than what I'm used to doing. So I kind of held off, but I asked Deidra to add. Was it yesterday, Deidra? Asked you to add me to the group?
Yeah, I think it was yesterday or
yesterday?
Friday. Yeah.
Child, who knows?
Yeah.
Things come together now. So next sprint, I will be literally working on the first page.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So shall we talk about what we thought of what we've read so far, or do we want to finish chapter 5? Actually, let's ask the people in the chat. What they have read so far, and then we'll figure it out.
Yeah, because there's something I want to say, but not if that part hasn't come up.
Okay. So
laughing.
what do my chat buddies have to say about what they have read so far? Where at whatever point that you've gotten. So it can be from chapter 1 to 6.
Oh.
So I'm giving you wide breadth to say whatever it is that you want to say,
I was sorry, let's let the chat talk. I got I tabbed a few things, and that was like there was funny moments for me.
I got a couple of funny moments too that I didn't see either.
Yeah.
It's weird how I mean, there are lots of books that I say I want to reread and then I never do.
Same.
But Deidra, can you monitor the chat for me? I'm sorry.
I sure can. I'm in here.
Thank you. Because I'm trying to pull something up and I can't find it.
Shamla says she's enjoying Esther's character. You said Lonesome Dove Call is Val. That's their name, Val. Lonesome Dove Call.
Lonesome Dove Call is Val. Yeah. They
are saying that this is their first attempt at dipping their pinky toe in sci-fi, which I'm trying to think if I kind of feel like the Broken Earth trilogy is a mixture. I'm trying to think of how they defined sci-fi. Because it said in the Black Prose panel the other day, it's like, where's the magic coming from? I think.
Okay.
And I don't know that I, in my mind, had defined it that way. I think I sort of thought of sci-fi as more like literal space or like an interspace, whether that be like astral projection or actual space. Or like interdimensional things. That's how I kind of define sci-fi. So with that thinking, when I read the 5th season, I felt like it was a mixture of both genres.
Okay.
And so that said, I think Lagoon was my first straight up sci-fi that the author characterized it as sci-fi. Or I think Dr. Okorafor does say it's African futurism with sci-fi elements, but I think that and the book I read last month by for our book club called The Moon and the Other was probably my first two. Now I read those within weeks of each other. They were my first two that I would say I dipped my toe in, I guess you could say.
Okay.
Emergency Skin too, as well by N.K. Jemisin. I feel like that one, if y'all read that one, let me know if you disagree, but that one feels like straight up sci-fi. It's a short story. I've only seen it ebook copy of it through Amazon, series
What
they're doing.
Did you say the name was?
Emergency Skin.
Oh yeah, it's part of a they have some kind of like series. It's four.
Andy Weir wrote one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget who the other two authors. Oh, Veronica Roth did one too.
Yes. And I think I own two of them, but I only read the N.K. Jemisin addition to the series. And it's only like 32 pages. Yeah. And it's so good. But those three are probably the only sci-fi I have read. So I'm trying to understand like what are some of the genre norms and stuff like that. Like that's why I still think everybody's gonna die in the end. But we'll see.
From past experience.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's part of this thing. It's called Forward Collection. And there are Veronica Roth, Blake Crouch, N.K. Jemisin.
Yeah, I forgot Blake Crouch did one.
Amor Towles, Paul Tremblay, and Andy Weir.
Huh. I want to check it out.
Yeah.
I don't know the only one I don't recognize is the one that starts with the T. Last name starts with the T. I don't recognize their name.
Paul Tremblay.
No, Tremblay. Did you say Tao?
Oh, Amor Towles.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He wrote Gentleman in Moscow.
Oh.
And Rules of Civility.
That one I've heard of, but I just didn't recognize his name.
Yeah. So I have the N.K. Jemisin one and Blake Crouch. But I haven't read.
That audiobook is like, I want to say like 2 hours long, if that, maybe like an hour and a half. Whoa. It's really good. Yeah.
So, all right, let's see.
I'm enjoying.
Let's do it. Okay. This is a read.
Exactly.
It is hard to discuss.
It's hard.
It really is. It really is. And I'm assuming you're talking about Aster is smart and not apologetic about it. Giselle, early on, they were talking about how Giselle picked up Aster's mom's language much faster. And I just realized that Aster didn't talk for a long time.
Yeah.
She was late to speak.
Yeah. So I just picked up on that. And I was like, so many things. You just on a second read you pick up on. Remote control. I have that. I gotta get it back to the library.
I want to read so bad.
Yeah. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't doubt it. Because our library got it. And you know how, of course, Ashley. Why am I saying?
You know how a library works.
Right. So you can
just a little bit.
Yeah, you can request a book that the library hasn't gotten in yet. Oh. So when I saw that it was on order, I was like, request.
Yeah.
And it was like, you're one of one.
Yes.
on the wait list for it. And I was like, yay. Now they're like, your book is due back.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but I haven't finished it yet. So, and I feel slightly harassed.
Don't worry,
You
my
should
library.
request it if you want to go read it immediately.
Right, listen, I'm getting charged right now for 2 books that are over 30 days late, and I go to work every single day.
What? Do you go in?
Yeah, I go to the building.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can't complain. I can't even say anything to you about that because I have a library on my way to work. Like literally, all I need to do is pull in the parking lot and drop the book off.
And you know,
And I pass this library every day, not once, but twice. So I understand that.
yeah, it's rough.
Sci-fi, you know what? I'm still having a hard time understanding the definition and the difference between science fiction and fantasy. And I know that people are like kind of using the terminology interchangeably, and that is not correct. So, and that's one thing that I need to get a handle on. And I know fantasy is more of like a magic system, right?
I think
That's how I think of it.
that's how I think of it. I think too with science fiction, I always think that there is some element of science somewhere involved.
Yeah,
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether it's however they're living, like if they're on the mountain living in a tunnel, they have to grow their food a certain way because of their like that's science. So I don't know. I've heard lots of definitions over the past few weeks that have made me think, okay, I don't know what the official definition is, but it made me think about how I have been categorizing it myself. So.
Okay.
I also just had with the discussion of like who fears death, like sometimes when you think about things like Afrofuturism or African futurism, they can't be limited to the boundaries of what we know as science fiction and fantasy.
Yeah.
Because who fears death, I was like, where does this fit? Like, is it fantasy? Is it science fiction? Like, what is it? And giving it the term African futurism, as Dr. Corfor has said, like, that's it. Like, I mean, because it doesn't fit within the boundaries that have been created, I think, for Western literature.
And actually, Njeri said it in the in the
live. Yep. And that's what I didn't realize that until she had said it in the live show that day. Yeah.
And we're walking around thinking that science fiction, fantasy is our thing too, and it's not. And a lot of times it's not our thing. And I like that Dr. Corfor actually said it's African futurism, and even Afrofuturism, I think she said, had a Western creation.
Yeah.
It's
did y'all read Freshwater?
Yes.
No.
I have not.
I have not.
How did you categorize that, Emmarae? Like the genre?
I honestly don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I think when I started reading, I had just read speculative fiction. So I was like, oh, another one. And I was like, wait, no, but I honestly don't know. I loved it.
Okay.
But
I did too.
I don't know how to categorize that.
I don't know either. And I don't know if the author does their self categorize it. I'm not sure. But it has that thing where there's like a spiritual or another dimension type of element to it, but and that is also sort of how the magic is based. So, but then there's things that happen in the book that are kind of fantastical. So I just do not know, and I don't know if we should be trying to put them in a box per se. But I was just like, as an introductory book, or just when you first get into the different types of genres, it's kind of hard not to help your brain understand what you were just like. I don't know. I was trying to help myself on that one, but it's hard to. I can't.
Yeah, I don't even think I really thought of trying to figure out what genre it is or defining it. That I just kind of like, oh, I love this book. I'll read everything that they write.
Right. Yeah.
But I do kind of want to look it up now and see how they categorize it as.
Yeah, I wonder what if they did
anything or paid attention, I guess, which is good. But
I have Freshwater.
It's good. I think you'd like it,
but I just haven't read it.
I think you like it.
So Astor doesn't speak until she was 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Control. Let's see. Don't know if I'm reading this wrong, but is Astor on the autism spectrum? I will say this: it is never said. But it is. I mean, I guess depends on however you read it or read the character. But most people read Astor as being on the spectrum. So do you agree with that, Emmarae, having read it already?
Yeah.
And I don't know a lot about autism at all. Just that she does have some characteristics. On country ass Mississippi.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of like what's going on with me in my particular library. Like, it's in a Black neighborhood, but I don't think because of the pandemic, I don't think very many people are using it. It's like right across the street from a park. So only books that there's a long hold for are like some of the, New York Times bestsellers. But the Fires of Vengeance came in, Hide and Seeker came in, Roman and Jewel came in, and I'm like, yes, I need all of those immediately.
Yeah,
I need to buy Hide and Seeker. Sorry, Erica.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm excited to get to that one. You already read it, Ashley? You just want to?
No, I need to buy a copy of it.
Okay. That's another Chloe recommendation that I'm excited to get to.
And between Chloe and Injiri, I have like increased my sci-fi fantasy. I mean, to authors I had no idea existed, and I mean, I've got a good deal of white sci-fi fantasy, but it's good to know that and good to have Black authors out there that don't get the love and attention that they deserve. So, and I came across an Unkindness of Ghosts purely by accident, actually. And I was at the library and I was looking for something to read for Women's History Month because obviously I didn't have enough books by women authors in my own library. So I had to go to the library and find something else. And this was sitting on the Women's History Month display. And I think it was put there by mistake, like maybe somebody put it up.
Right.
Put it there because it wasn't like standing up like the rest of them.
Oh, just kind of like thrown.
Yeah. So and so I found it there and I picked it up and I was like, ooh. And and what attracted me was the cover. And then I read the back and I was like, oh. And I was just like, okay, I'm going to check it out. And I did. And here we are. Like, I had to buy the book. So thank you for whoever put it in the wrong spot, because I don't think I would have found it or would have gone to go look for it. So now I know, like, they're an auto-buy author for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that there's a hardcover of this.
Ooh, really?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not buying it because it's like $30-some.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I'm like, wait a minute. What is it, like Gold's Pages or something? So, but anyway, just gonna wait for their next book to come out.
I'm so excited.
So excited. So anyway, finish the comments and then we'll get into the reading tomorrow. How long do y'all want to do? 30 minutes? What?
I'm good for whenever. For however long.
I'm good
Do
too.
35 or so I could finish the last couple pages in 5. And
Okay.
maybe I think
Sounds
6 is a little
good.
shorter than the other chapters. It looked like it had less pages. Because then it starts part 2 after. Okay.
Yeah, 6 is what, 95? So it's about a little over 10 pages.
Yeah.
So Sarah says
You still had a couple of pages left, right? In chapter 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So talk amongst yourselves. Oh no, I already pulled up the timer.
Good job,
I'm
future past Erica.
on point. I'm on point for a change. So now all I have to do is actually pull up the timer, find it, because this is always a challenge. All right.
No ads, so we're good to go.
Oh, we said 35, right?
Well, I mean, this is good.
No, I will find a 35-minute timer.
Oh man, you were prepared. I was trying to like.
No, it's quick. I mean, sometimes we can get it. All right. Okay. So I will start the timer. Happy reading, and I will see you guys in 35.
KKK.
Ashley, you're not muted.
Thanks.
Alrighty then. Did y'all finish chapter 6? Because I literally just finished it. So what do you think?
I started a little bit of chapter 7 too.
Yeah. Literally I just finished chapter 6. I have thoughts, but I'll let y'all go first.
Ooh, child. Chapter 6. Let's see what I tapped.
Or did we finish? We didn't talk about chapter 5 though.
No, I think we talked about the comments.
Okay. No, okay. So, because I think we were in chapter 5. How did I miss this? On page 81, she had, after the she made it to Theo's surgery.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
And he's like on page 81, and he says, "We can't afford to move you." Worry creased his eyes. He positioned her onto her stomach and gave her some anesthesia. And he said, just as he had done during her hysterectomy and double mastectomy. How did I miss that?
I missed that too. I must have just scammed, my eyes just jumped over that little section of the sentence. Yeah.
I was like, okay, I knew about the hysterectomy, got that, but I forgot didn't see double mastectomy. Didn't see that at all. How did I miss it? I'm like, wow. Okay. That would explain some other things then in the book as far as Aster is concerned.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Shomala is on chapter 9.
I do have to say, in chapter 5, I loved how a lot was happening with her, and her just being like, "Are we friends?"
Oh yeah. I still think she's a Scorpio. Pretty sure. There
where
was
did you
something
get
that
Ashley?
I got the chapter 3.
Wow. What do you think?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on it since we're ahead?
Well, a lot of annotating going on here. Which is why I'm reading it actually a little bit slower. Interesting setup with the ship. One part that I did find interesting is how they've created this system. Hold on, let me see if I can find out. Or on page 16, where they created limitations on an entire ship, where they said what people had known for 2 generations on Ardek had yet to be discovered on We, and so on. 20,000 low deckers and almost half as many different ways of life. That to me, it's crazy that you'd have that complex of a community, and not really a community because everybody is functioning so differently on a ship. That's a very, very interesting premise. Love the reverence for the ancestors in here.
Yeah,
that came from Flick's. Was it great grandma? Great grandmima? Yeah, great grandmima. I like that, and I definitely now can see some aspects of this where Aster does come off as being neurodivergent. Even in the beginning, where the very, very, very beginning, where she says she has to ask Flick, like, "Are you joking?" Because there's no ability to discern sarcasm, which I know is sometimes an indication of being neurodivergent. It's a lot of I mean, come on now. Like, I mean, I'm like 3 pages in, it was like a quote. I was like, are you serious? I mean, I should know, because I was the same way when I read The Deep.
Oh,
but
yeah. Yeah, so I have a collection of quotes.
Yeah, like, I mean, crazy. Like, we're a couple pages in, and I was like, well, you probably can't even see it because it's in pink. Yeah, you probably can't see that.
Oh, that whole paragraph. Yeah,
that whole paragraph about not using the word should.
Yeah.
That in itself, I was like, dang.
Yep.
When I got to chapter 2, I don't know if y'all know the answer to this. Does River Solomon have any background in science?
That's what some of the comments was asking too. I'm not sure.
We're gonna have to look it up.
We're gonna have to look that up, because I was first of all, just down to the amputation.
Yeah.
That was very interesting, walking through that. Not in depth, but in depth enough to know or to ask whether they have any background in science, even when they were making a reference to the great Grand Mima's teeth and how that process had been done incorrectly. So I was kind of wondering about that. But starting...
I'm sorry, Ashley. So they have a degree from Stanford University in writing.
Really? This is interesting. The just the science aspect of this is different. It's pretty intense. Even the beginning of chapter 2, just the blatant disrespect for the body, which I'm sure there's more to come. But I had to read the first page of chapter 2 a couple of times, because I was like, are they talking about really like reanimating?
Yeah.
So they can have some free labor?
Yes. With complete disregard to whether that would lead to an extinction of a population. It didn't matter. So and then the religious explanations, which, are we surprised there? Absolutely not. Another quote that I really liked: "Our materials are meaningless without knowledge."
Yeah, I love that one.
I like that one.
That's a damn quote. Huh?
Yeah, that's true. I want that on a shirt or like a hat or something.
Yeah. Materials are meaningless without knowledge. I was like, ain't that the damn truth? But so far, beautiful writing as always. I mean, I've read two works by River Solomon, and River Solomon only has how many books?
2 books.
2 books and a novella?
Well, 2 books. Their next book is coming out.
Sorrow Land.
When does that come out?
I think in May.
In May?
Blood is another word for hunger. Is that a short story or a novella?
It's like 30 pages. That's the one I've read. Blood is another word for hunger, and The Deep. And this is the last one that I have, I think, to read that they've published. So,
and
not surprised.
On their Wikipedia page, and it says that they got a degree in where is it? I'm still on the page. Okay. That they got a degree in, their BA is in comparative studies in race and ethnicity.
Wow. Makes sense.
And then their MFA is in fiction writing from the Missioner Center for Writers in Texas.
Okay.
Wow.
But they also have changed their pronouns from they, them to they.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that now.
Whoa,
When did
I
that
didn't know
happen?
Recently, I want to
I'm
say.
saying recently.
Whoa.
I think when they started talking about Sorrowland.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
when I heard about it.
Oh, okay. All right.
wow.
Did not know that.
Me neither.
So
No.
what's the it's they them, so it's Faye, and what's the other?
Faye Fair.
Okay.
So Salter actually put it in the comments. Faye Fair.
Got it.
Stay there. Okay.
Yeah, May 4th is when Sorrowland comes out.
Harlan comes out.
So that's my sister's birthday. Have
Damn.
an extra thing to remember.
Oh lordy, y'all. I
I
probably need to leave this book up here and not take it to where I usually sit and hang out. So I
Mhm.
won't finish it today. That's how I feel like. That's how I feel.
Yeah. It's one that you can like read and read and read.
Yeah.
There's just so much. So much.
I'm really enjoying the pacing. I'll say
Yeah.
that.
Me too. I really like it.
So what are folks in the comments? What are they thinking about what they've read? So since
Still talking about the dead bodies being reanimated.
that's so fair.
That's something. That is something like really, really, for real.
Didn't some scientists back in the day do that with dogs, or tried to do it with dogs?
Did they?
Like he tried to reanimate a dog, and he could prove that he could like pinch some nerve in the brain, and the tongue would stick out, and like lick up some peanut butter. Isn't that real?
Listen,
I don't
I
remember.
don't know what in the Skynet is going on there, but we just need to not. We just need to not.
Did you say what in the Skynet?
Yeah.
I did. I just would like to not.
She certainly did. So I started writing. Wait, where am I? Where did it go? See, I was reading but not tabbing.
Let's see.
So when she got to like Y deck, to baby, this is always perplexed me. When she on this spaceship, like no one has seen stars. How is that possible?
Imagine there's no windows, like except for two, baby.
Right, but
how did they get there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just weird to me that no one sees stars except for the stars, and it's just something that has always perplexed me.
Yeah. Now I'm perplexed because I didn't pay attention to that, and now I am.
No,
now
so there's no sky, really?
Right.
So how does baby get to? That's part of what I'm having trouble with as far as envisioning this ship. Like, how does the sun from baby get to the decks, if not for some sort of sky or window or something?
Right. But I'm thinking, I believe baby artificial.
I think so.
Artificial sun. And having said that, if baby is artificial sun, then baby would be taking up a lot of energy.
Right.
A lot.
Yeah.
Of energy in order for there to be lush green fields, different field decks. There's apparently, which I didn't know until now, an ice skating rink.
Yeah.
For deckers.
I I don't understand how they are able to be in that Nexus deck with baby, but baby is also warm enough to have plants grow and also warm enough to generate enough to create steam. Like, what kind of glass is that? I need to know what kind of glass is that.
I think that's why it's enclosed, because then they can distribute the energy based on where they need it. But
then how does it shine on the decks, like the growing things? I need a map. I need a map of the ship. I need.
I wish that was in like the front of the book so you could see
I need a map.
How it was drawn out.
Maybe we shouldn't question it too much, but that's just I'm having trouble picturing it so I can move forward with understanding what they're doing.
Right. And I kind of feel like because there's a lot of talk about baby being the heart. So I kind of feel like it's in the middle of the ship.
Is that why the ship moves?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you got enough energy, now this level. And it's always taking turns.
Right.
So the ship rotates around baby, you mean?
Yeah, that's how I think so. Because it says, it actually, doesn't it say something in one of these chapters where it's in chapter 5 because I wrote it down. Aster Theo asked. To digress, Aster apparently has a unique knocking habit or pattern.
Yeah.
And I thought about Sheldon from Big Bang Theory.
Me too.
It's just like knock Theo.
Yeah. So it was page 73 where it had never occurred to Aster that when she worked one field, she stood upside down, blah, 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 baby sun, a faraway orb of bubbling white. There were layers and layers of decks in front of her. She couldn't see them because they were rotated out of sight to let baby's light through. So I thought,
how does gravity work on this ship?
Very good question, Deidra.
Yeah. Again, I kind of picture Interstellar where he was like down in the field and right above him they were playing baseball.
Yeah.
Which it like doesn't fully make sense.
They're probably like, again, I guess in sci-fi or just in books like these, if you start pulling at the thread of the sweater, not to say that this will fall apart, but like there are some things you just have to go with, is what I'm trying to get.
Yeah.
Because like, well, no, they mentioned because like when they were going through the decks to get to, I think that was chapter 5, when they were getting to going to the decks for their shifts or whatever, like it's a time lock type of situation. I guess maybe it pressurized as it's moving, and then you unlock when you get to your station, and then it has to pressurize again, maybe. I was just trying to figure out how that would look. I would like to see this. No, I take that back. I think my imagination would do this better than what Hollywood could probably render. Unless it was animated, then we could get everything we want. Ooh. But
yeah, I mean, you can't rely on Hollywood to do anything accurately.
Yeah. But I would like to see a physical representation of this ship and how Solomon sort of has it in their mind.
Yeah. So, see, Morgan, they're on an agricultural, explains baby's use there. Yeah. And I have to go back to that because I do remember reading it, but I don't remember it. Anybody else remember it? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Deidra.
I was just trying to make sure I understood. You talking about this from T. Morgan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. I think I got distracted by the beginning of chapter 7, to be honest.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah. Chapter 7.
Just because that's well, I won't say.
Oh yeah. I just had to look at it. Yeah.
They did talk about that in some detail, though. Hang on, let me see if I can find it.
But the beginning of chapter 7 is kind of alluded to anyway.
Yeah.
When
I got my hat. Let me show you my tinfoil hat because of
Did you really?
It's not officially tinfoil, but it'll do for this live. One of your
oh my God.
One of your theories is sort of, I think. Ashley, don't judge me. I see that look on your face. Don't judge me.
Ashley, what the heck is going on over here?
I'm like trolling Ashley.
I love it. Oh my God. I gotta get one.
I think your theory is pretty solid there. We'll see.
I think it works. It works.
Yeah.
It works. Ashley, so we were having some tinfoil hat theories going on.
Yeah.
So
we have a few. So I left that pretty open here.
We were talking about making some tinfoil hats because of our theories. So yeah.
Where did it go? Somebody just asked the question. Maybe. Oh, literary multitudes.
Oh. Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Vision.
Yeah, I think they might be right.
The center, maybe something. Yeah.
It took me until like the Nexus chapter to figure out that baby was an artificial sun, because I kept trying to figure that out. It's like, is it a sun from a planet that's not Earth that they're calling, that's smaller? Maybe they're calling. Well, not Earth, but we don't even know technically that where they came from is Earth. I'm just assuming that, but I probably shouldn't. So I didn't know if baby was artificial or if it was some technology where they actually trapped a star and were able to harness it some way. But
I mean, how long have they been hurtling through space? Like 300 years?
Yeah.
And I'm just going to put this out here. And y'all can say Erica has lost her ever-loving mind. But how long was slavery?
Was it 400 years? 450? Hold up.
What was it?
No, it was like 2. I can't do math. Hang on.
Wait, Ashley, are you muted? Or can I just not hear you?
I'm sitting here talking. I was answering the question and was muted the whole entire time.
Ashley, drop the knowledge on us.
Yeah.
I was trying to say, no, not 400. Probably closer to about 250, 275.
Yeah, I can't do math.
Okay. Okay. So that theory.
Do you? Okay. Never mind. I'm not even going there.
Okay.
Oh, I know where I got that 400 from, but no, it hasn't.
So I was just like, the whole thing of slavery, the 300 years, and the correlation there, but
and how the ship is set up, like
the antebellum stuff. I wonder why River Solomon chose to set it up that way. Like,
you mean
to tell the story on a generational spaceship set up like the antebellum South?
I'm curious to know as well, because there's always a deeper meaning, I think, when it comes to River Solomon, especially now that you've just revealed the degree. In what was it? Race.
Oh yeah.
Race and
yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I'm just going off of what I've read before, which is blood is another word for hunger, and the deep. I'm sure there is a connection somewhere. But of course, I can't speak to anything really because I'm 2 chapters in.
Race and ethnicity.
Yeah. I think there is definitely a connection and a reason for that. For me, like I said, I'm not, I just started it, and I was wondering if there was any connection also between the setup of what these ships look like during the transatlantic voyage.
Yeah.
And whether that plays any significant role in it or not. But I'll see once I get a little bit further from where I am right now.
And even though I think we're chapter 6, they talk about the different decks and how each deck is comprised of like thousands of people. And each deck is very different from the other, and language is spoken.
Yeah.
So I find that interesting because each deck is I'm going to say is another country basically, with their own languages, their own traditions, their own everything. And then like on Aster's deck, everyone is referred to with feminine pronouns. Whereas on Flick's deck, everyone is referred to as they, them. So my question is, if there is traditional, we'll say traditional gender roles, male, female, but everybody is referred to as female. Is that a way to say, okay, we're going to refer to all of you as female so that there is no there are no relationships, and we pair you with who we want to pair you with?
Because they're breeders.
Yeah, they're breeders. It's a breeding program. And, the sovereignty says who gets to breed with whom.
Right.
I think that's an interesting choice to call them the sovereignty, like that name. I think that's interesting.
So
I really enjoyed that each deck has their own language, and that the guards don't not necessarily, they don't understand each individual deck's language, so they can talk to each other, which I think that is a parallel to what we haven't heard anybody say, speak such and such yet, Matildan or whatever, but I'm sure it's coming just because of the way it's sort of being set up. I don't know, I could be lying, but that would be something I would expect one of the guards to say, is speak Matildan or whatever they call it. Speak the sovereign language or whatever it is. Because that's just kind of how that works. But I do enjoy that it was mentioned that, and I think it's cool that Aster kind of can speak everything. It seems like, or she at least understands it to a point.
Yeah,
which I think we see in chapter 6, where she had her Y deck in a while. She said having to translate it like word for word in her head to make sure she understood what the gal was saying.
Y deck was her mom's language.
That's right.
Yeah, and that was what Aunt Melusine was like, you have to learn your mother's language. And Aster was like, I don't want to learn my mother's language. And there's a lot of talk, and I'm noticing a theme with River Solomon and she talks about memory.
Yeah, I highlighted that, and I was like, wow, okay, common theme in Solomon's writing is that memory and memory keeping and ancestors heavily.
Right. And the thing where she taught, or I keep saying she, forgive me, they what do I use? They or they?
I think.
Faye. So Faye says or writes in here, and I think it's chapter 5, where there's a discussion how Aunt Melusine had given Aster this camera-like thing.
Oh yeah.
That was a thing. I was like, bam, what you doing?
Yeah, and you can only take one picture per
with a generation. Yeah.
And here Aster is, she accidentally takes a picture of her foot. And, you know, Aunt Melusine is like, document. And it's obviously that's not what Aunt Melusine meant by document.
Yeah, right.
So she documented her foot. Then she was like, for symmetry purposes, she had to take a picture of her other foot. And she ended up using all of it until the thing ran out. And let me see if I can find it, because I thought that wording, one picture per generation.
I put a note there because Auntie was like, I would have never noticed if you had just closed the damn thing.
Yeah.
Then shortly after, didn't she say a quote like death ends an issue?
Yes, I finished him. She was like, "You're gonna be silly once you finish him," and she was like, "Finish it."
I mean, Aunt Melusine is full of all the knowledge.
All of it, and I marked all of them. That's what the pink ones are here.
Yeah.
She said, "Shut the shit you pry open, girl." And I was like, "Well, she didn't lie," because I say that all the time to Bay. I'm like, if you had to just, I would have never known.
Right. She was like, it would have taken me a long time to figure it out.
Yeah.
But, you know, here we are. And then, and she asked her, when Aunt Melusine asked if you did this, she's like, no, but she's like shaking her head because she's nonverbal. And then Aunt Melusine is like, girl, I'll give you like one more chance. And so she's like, no. And I don't know if your parents ever did this, but like if they were disappointed in you, they just like ignored you.
My mother all the time.
Yeah.
She wouldn't speak to me.
And that is like, oh my gosh, that's like,
it's worse than spanking.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It's worse than spanking. I'm like, just whoop me already.
Yeah, just whoop me. Yeah.
And so
my mama said she would not whoop me, and I was like, okay.
I mean, that's worse.
Against spankings.
Worse. And so
it's worse.
Aster had to endure that for weeks.
Yeah.
Melusine was pissed.
I mean, the Polaroid was wasted, y'all. Like,
for real. Completely wasted.
That was a pretty big deal. But Aster just didn't understand.
No. I mean, she was a child.
Yeah.
And Aunt Melusine, she was a trip because she said about the guard, well, you got to kill the guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
it'll fester. He'll remember, he knew her name, he saw her face. And he saw her face, heard her voice, and found out her name. So and he was like, girl, you let him walk out there?
Now I gotta go back and kill him. Like
you have to kill them.
Yeah.
Like, and then Aster is like, well, he beat Pippi and Mabel, and Aunt Melusine says then he beat them. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
It was like, girl,
Damn, TT.
if you're not gonna finish the job, then you just need to let it lie.
She said, "Don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
Be
If you start it, finish it." That's what she said.
And I'm like, wow. Amy Lucien is just like, girl. And she called her stupid.
She did. She read her down. She read it down.
Oh my gosh. That was, but she said, you never know when a memory is going to save your life.
I love that quote.
Yeah.
I love that so much.
That was, I was like, that is so, but it is so true.
Did y'all ever watch that show? I want to say it was either National Geographic or Discovery Channel called I Shouldn't Be Alive.
Yeah.
Where people would do like, most of the time was they were doing something outdoorsy, like hiking or something. And an avalanche would happen, they would fall or something. And they would always have to like, they survived obviously, but they would have to like remember, okay, so this side of the mountain, I remember my training was blah blah blah, and I need to get here so I can get some sun or whatever. So I marked that. That whole page is just, I should have probably just I don't know, highlighted the page number. Yeah, I probably should have done the page number because as I kept going, I was like, oh, this is the whole page. But yeah, that quote that Erica just said really stuck out to me.
Yeah. This is actually, Val, that's actually a really good point, because they've been hurtling through space for however many years and haven't come to this promised land. And could it be a planet's gravitational pull? Who knows? That's a good point, but it happened like 25 years before as well. So, I mean, are they this stupid to
not see it in turn?
Yeah, like, oh no, we like this. We're just gonna keep hurtling through space. This is good.
Unless they're staying.
We haven't heard of like a captain, or like a ship captain. Have they talked about that yet?
That would be sovereign.
But so it's like a committee.
No, it's a supreme ruler.
So who's driving the boat is what I'm getting at. Who's driving the ship? Is it self-driving?
Boat.
Yeah. Who's the captain now? Who's driving? Is there a window in the cockpit is what I want to know.
Oh, okay. I would don't know. Okay. I don't know the answer to that. It's the people on Y deck, I think. And
Y deck is Nexus.
Yeah, I think they're the engineers, so to speak.
Yeah, and I think he like tells them what to do.
Yeah.
I'm remembering something, but I don't.
Questions.
I don't want to say it. In case it's a spoiler.
It's a spoiler. Oh.
I'm remembering something, but I don't know if that's the answer. So I just don't. That isn't helpful. I shouldn't have brought it up, but I think there's more.
Is that something that gets answered later?
If I'm remembering correctly, I think a little.
A little. I don't think it's ever fleshed out.
Is it ever? Oh, okay.
I think it's alluded to, but I don't think it's ever. I think River Solomon has us think one or steers us in one direction, but they never say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For a fact what it is. I could be wrong because the last time I read it was a year ago. So yeah. But I think
T. Morgan says it's answered. Cool. So I'll hold off.
Okay. Well, Oh, there were many.
Gotta watch the playback.
Yeah, there were many. I mean, it happened fairly early on.
Yeah.
I was wondering something along the same lines. Going to be interesting to find out. I can't imagine being in space for that long. 200.
Well, I guess if you don't, do you miss it if you don't know?
I mean,
do you miss what you never had?
You don't. I don't. Well, you know that there's something better than what you've got.
Better or different?
Conceptualize what better is.
Yeah, that's a good point, Deidra. Better or different. That's a good point.
They got ice rinks on the upper decks, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know, low deckers, Tarlanders, which I love that name, not they don't get to use it. You know,
I think it's interesting that they call the low deck the part that's closest to baby. Like, just thinking of how, like, I don't know. It seems like the people closer to the heart of the ship would be upper deck. But also they're closer to the radiation and thus more in harm's way. So it would be a lower position if we're talking about a cast situation. I think that was an interesting choice.
Oh, that's a good point, Val.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point. Also, there was something that I wanted. I can't even remember where it was now. There was a point in here where they were talking about the ship, and I made a note. It was in one how the ship was set up. And they were talking about, I think it was talking about refrigeration or something. Oh, and I made the note that I made was that on a ship, because I used to work with the Navy, and on a ship, how it was set up, the cafeteria backs up to the morgue.
Absolutely not. I'm out. Absolutely not.
The reason being,
that's like you gotta go through the kitchen and go to the bathroom. No, ma'am, Pam, I'm out.
And the reason being is because the refrigeration.
Yeah.
Forget that. Y'all got plumbing and conduit and no.
So if they need extra.
Absolutely not. Next to my bell purse? No.
So I have to find it because without the context of it, y'all are probably like, what the hell is Erica talking about?
Well,
this makes,
I mean, logically that makes sense, but no. I could have gone forever without knowing that.
And it has something to do with her botanarium.
Okay.
Because I remember now. Because the botanarium used to be the old cafeteria or something.
Yeah.
And that's where it was like the smell of death and decay.
Yeah.
Now that could just simply be, you know, the smell of death or decay could just be rotten food and whatever.
Yeah.
But when they threw in the whole death part, that's what I thought of.
Dang.
So I'm sorry, Deidra.
It's okay. I mean, it makes sense logically, like, of course, you know, but because of the plumbing and the, you know, it's efficient. But I would rather not.
Hard pass on that.
Yeah, hard pass. So, what else do y'all have?
I think it's interesting how Fire and Giselle are usually in the same sentence.
Yeah.
Whether she's describing herself as a flame or like exploding or burning, but like Fire and Giselle is usually like same sentence.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I realized how much the first time I read it compared to now.
Yeah, and I mean, well, yeah. Okay, so remember when Giselle is like burning herself burning her hands?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, you can't keep killing my babies."
Yeah. I read that so many times. I don't either I'm tired or
How does that? I highlighted it, but I don't get that.
Yeah.
Would that be an analogy?
An analogy
I don't
to
know.
what?
Or metaphor? I don't know. But this is like the second time that, well, obviously, Giselle was like, has self-harmed,
Yeah.
and she acted like it was something she needed to do. To me, like, it was almost like to help her stay alive, almost like when she did the thing with in the lab when we first meet her, and then the incident with the fire, like you were just saying, it was like, she intrigues me. I want to know more.
Yeah.
And I wonder if she thinks that Esther is dead, and so she's not tethered to anything. Is that why she ran away? Or what's, I don't know.
I don't know.
Lonesome Dove just said.
Yeah.
Giselle referred to herself as a phoenix, so I'm guessing she thinks all flames are kin.
Yeah. Well, remember a phoenix rises from the ashes.
Right.
Burns and rises from the ashes.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know that that's the way that I will want to keep going. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it's so much.
Look, it's deep.
Later, the upper deck show traditional couples. Yeah, they do. There's so many. Oh, Jesus. There are so many problematic relationships in this book.
There really are. There really are.
So many problematic relationships. It's like English, but regional. Okay.
Yeah, I like how, we have different slang. Like, we use similar terms in Tennessee, but they mean something completely different down here in Texas. And so we could be saying the exact same thing and be using a whole different tone and be not really argue, but like, oh, we're saying it takes us a while to understand it. We're saying the same thing,
That's pop and soda.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I heard pop, I was like, what the heck is that?
Some people call it a cold drink, and I'm like, that's
too much.
Too vague. That's way too vague.
A cold drink? Who calls it a cold drink?
I think that might be specific to Nashville, Tennessee. But like, I'm like, okay, does that mean water? Does that mean juice? Purple stuff? What is it?
That's pretty vague.
Yeah. I've only ever heard people from Nashville use that term though, so.
Oh, interesting.
Now you know. Somebody's like, can I have a cold drink? They mean a cold drink.
I got you.
She learned language and her body cutting craft from lower deck than where she resides, but still great skills from upper decks higher. Yeah. That would have been interesting
I
to
thought she
read.
was at least gonna get some write-offs or something.
Right. Yeah, Giselle is quite intriguing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that Astra was nonverbal.
Mm.
It's something my daddy told me, don't slap anyone in the wave. Because they're coming back when they can. Salter. You're Nicolaus, the actual leader, yeah. Later revealed about the captain. Okay.
Cool.
Um,
I need to know, Salter. Like, who's driving the ship, man?
who is at the helm of the said about the radiation. The radiation, I love that radiation suit description. She said it was like a cocoon that enveloped her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how she was going to try and find one. I just was like, oh, that safety. Remember when we were kids and we had like our safety blanket or whatever?
Right, weighted blankets as adults. Yeah.
Weighted blankets as adults. Oopsie. Later revealed. Okay. I don't know where I was with comments. Okay.
I think that's the last one. Well, there's a few more on my screen, but I think you're right where you're
This scene with Astra and her roommates. I
think Shauna's a little.
She's behind. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, I had to think about it because I was like, wait, which scene between them? I think Shyamala just started.
I feel like she might be on like chapter 3 or 4 now.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Amen. That guard. That was a scene.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you thinking, Ashley?
What am I thinking?
Just in general about the...
Yeah, y'all saw me in here working in this kitchen trying to get this before my child wakes up and starts demanding that dinner is on the table.
What you cooking?
I have, her bath must be drawn, dinner must be on the table, milk must be prepared and ready to go. I get stressed. I'm like, oh God, look what time it is. I have to have dinner on the table.
Baby Ike.
Baby Ike all the way. She turns into Super Hulk when things are not done the way she wants them done. I'm excited. I've been listening to y'all. I've been trying not to listen as carefully because I'm so afraid of getting spoiled for something. Mm-hmm. But I'm interested, I think, overall in how this, I keep going back to the structure because it seems like that's the one thing that everyone is trying to figure out is actually how things work in this world or how things operate. And I'm interested in figuring out that for myself because, Burr Solomon sets it up to where, like I said, I'm only 2 chapters in. And already at 2 chapters in, you're kind of like, how does this work? How is this going to function? I still can't get past the fact that you have so many separate communities and they're literally separated by decks. Like, how do you get to that point where people have evolved into different communities separated by guards and literally going up or down a flight? That's pretty intense to think about in the grand scheme of things. But just going back to the point that y'all made about memory, that to me is going to be interesting because that, even when I read Blood is Another Word for Hunger, memory was a big part of that one as well. Like
Yeah.
holding on to what has been done to you is not healthy for you as a person. At some point, you have to let that go because it's only harming you. So I wonder if it makes me curious to wonder if Sorrowland is going to touch thematically on some of the same things that we've seen in these 3 works that are already out, which it may or may not. I'm scared to read the I haven't even read the summary.
Me too. I'm scared.
I'm scared to read it.
I'm just gonna buy it and read it. That's it. Yeah.
I think yeah. You read it, Erica?
I read the summary like when it first came out, or when ow. I was pulling the chair up and I pulled it up on my toe.
Oh, I hate when I do that. That's awful.
But look, that's my aunt. Lord have mercy.
Erica's a trip. I'm telling y'all, Erica's a low-key comedian. You just gotta catch it. When she throws it, you gotta catch it.
I'm tickled.
But what was I saying?
You read the summary.
So I read the summary when it first came out, but I don't remember what it's about. I don't remember what it's about. But I'm gonna buy it anyway, so
I feel like it's kind of the title's giving me feelings of that it's gonna have another theme of like memories and ancestors.
Memories. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
I'm here for it. I trust them now to, you know what I'm saying, to take care of us when we're whatever navigating. So
yeah.
Oh, I got a question for y'all. If you like River Solomon, what other authors would you recommend trying out?
Okweke Emezi.
I was just look at that. Yeah. I really do think you would like Freshwater if you're enjoying this and you like the deep. I think you would like that one.
I read Pet.
I haven't read Pet yet.
I love Pet. Oh,
I read Pet.
I do have it, but
I really enjoyed Pet.
Who else is doing something similar?
People liken River Solomon to Octavia Butler.
Okay, I was gonna say that with the breeding.
Yeah, and I can see that influence in River Solomon. So if you want, I guess if we start with Octavia Butler and then work that way, maybe. Because their stories are similar.
Yeah, I was just thinking of in Octavia Butler's, is it the Xenogenesis trilogy? I'm not sure how to say it, but Dawn is the first one. The ship in there is sort of similar to the one in here, where it took me a while to figure it out, because in that one, not only do they talk about the fields, but there are trees and like computer trees. I don't really know how to describe it, but it's very intricate. And then there are different levels and neighborhoods within these trees. It's really, really interesting.
Now that's something I ain't heard in a while. A house phone ringing.
Who house phone going off?
Yeah, I ain't worried about it.
Actually, other than I don't have any suggestions for you because I'm still kind of getting started on my journey as far as reading. Like movies all day, I can give you some movies all day, but like as far as books, other than Okweke Emezi, I can't call it yet.
I think Octavia Butler is like a good one for sure.
Okay. Here goes another one. Who are some Afro-futurism or African futurism authors you would read?
P. Jelly Clark.
Uh-huh.
I really liked I think we talked about the Dejin and Cairo series. I forget what it's called, but that's the first book to introduce you to that world. And the Black God's Drum was really good. For me, it had some kind of crossover. Like, is it fantasy? Is it sci-fi? Is it both type of elements to me in it? Because there's like, in the same way that Freshwater has like an inner deity situation, so does the Black God's Drum for that. So, like a specific book, maybe, yeah, but like as the author's work as a whole, I don't know. I haven't read The Sound of Stars yet, so I don't know how deep it goes in. I don't know how contemporary it is with the sci-fi elements. I've been hearing
people like that one, but the ending, a lot of people don't like the ending of that one.
The Sound of Stars is a acronym.
Afrofuturism.
Who's that by?
Alicia Dow.
Oh, okay. No, there's another one that I can't think of it, but what's her name? Kayla? Yeah.
Oh, you like Nikki Drayden, don't you, Ashley? This one is Temper. I think I started reading this when I was a little too new into the trying to read, because something about Nikki Drayden's writing just, it didn't grab me in the beginning. But I think now I'm ready. That makes more sense. I think I'm more prepared for maybe a little bit more dense of a situation. And I got to let's see, I got to page 81 on this one before I sort of gave up. But I'm going to restart this one. It's like a mixture again. It's like blurred lines.
Yeah, I got Symbiosis is out, which is the second one to Escaping Exodus.
Yeah.
I saw Chloe's review. Chloe said it still kind of had the same problems that we had with the first one.
Yeah. Which kind of disappointed me.
That's disappointing.
Yeah. But I don't know. I was getting ready to say something.
That was a Chloe rate too.
I was kind of eavesdropping at the same time on my dad's conversation with my aunt that I didn't answer her phone call. So she called the house phone.
Oh, that was you. I was like, whose house phone is ringing?
Yeah. So yeah, I was kind of waiting. She's crazy.
Oh man,
I love her.
I had more. I wonder have y'all read Everfair by Niecy Shaw?
No,
I have not. I want to.
I'm wondering.
I have. What is it called? The Color. Is it called The Color of Suns? The one that Niecy Shaw has put together. It's excuse me. It's a short story collection.
New Suns.
New Suns.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you. The Color of Suns. Where did I get that from?
I don't know.
Color of Suns.
But I have that one's phenomenal.
Is it good?
Oh, I loved it.
Is it an anthology?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was only one story in there that I want to go back and read because it didn't seem like fully finished. So I was super confused. But all the others, oh my gosh, I loved all of them. They were great. Same with the Midnight and Indigo. It's speculative fiction, all by Black women. I loved it. I cried multiple times. It was so good.
Okay, this is the part where I'm just like, I need to keep Goodreads up
So the Midnight Indigo, there's one that's kind of like an ode to Black girl magic, and it warmed my heart, and I was crying, and I want everyone to read it. It's so good.
Noted. I can't think of anything else. I really want to. I wish I had a whole list to give you, Ashley, but I can't. I can't think.
Yeah, I feel like I don't have a.
I know.
list other than Butler.
Yeah, I have. It's upstairs actually, somewhere. A list that I had asked Injiri in one of her live shows, and she just rattled off all of these books to read, and I was like writing them down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of like what you do, like when we have these things and people are like writing it, saying, "Oh, this book," and you're like, "Wait, I can't write it."
Yeah. Then you forget which live you were watching.
Yeah.
And then it's
and then you go back and you're like, "Was it this one?"
Yeah.
No. So, let's see. Is everything called Coke?
Really, it is. Some
I
places.
gotta think so, because even like my dad actually, I went to 7-Eleven because I needed 7-Eleven has these cookies, and they're like lemon cream, and they're usually like 2 for $1 or something.
So good.
I know, they're so
They have some brownies right by the register. They're just
so good. And so I was like, I want some of those cookies. And so I had to go up to the 7-Eleven. Oh, and by the way, I passed the library. To get to the 7-Eleven. And I got my cookies, and my dad was like, bring me back a Pepsi. And in my head, I heard Coke. That's, back in the day, that's everything was referred to as a Coke, regardless of what it was. So I'm like, okay. And so I'm looking, and I'm like, what did he say? Did he say Coke or Pepsi? So anyway, yeah. Soda pop, cola tonic. Oh, that's good. A beer.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that too. But anyways, a cold one is what they say a lot of times, and that's a beer.
It's a beer, yeah. That's what a beer is a cold one.
So, Ashley, I think that one is directed towards you.
Yeah, that's baby. That girl.
Listen. Listen.
How old is she now? What?
She's 1.5 now.
Oh, I'm trying to make her older. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, don't make her older just yet. We oh gosh. The chronicles of that little child of mine is man. I told y'all, well, y'all know she chopped her finger off 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I told y'all that. Yeah.
How's she doing?
So it's been,
does she even remember what's going on? Or?
Child, no.
She putting herself in danger again?
Listen. Her finger is healed. You can't even tell that it's been cut at all
Yeah.
now at this point.
Okay,
You can really tell.
Good.
But like the dead skin from it is coming off. So she's been asking for Band-Aids, and me and my mom got into it yesterday. She's like, give that baby a Band-Aid. I said, I don't have time to be wasting medical supplies. She doesn't need a Band-Aid. Okay? I'm trying to convince your mom to give you a Band-Aid. I said, y'all gonna put me through hell when she gets older. I just don't have the patience for it. I said, I cuss both of y'all out. How about that? How about that?
Oh, I want to read that one.
She would be king.
Are there 2 books? I'm gonna look it up. Called.
Oh, I have one that I favorited on Hoopla that I meant to ask y'all about because I want to know if anyone has read it. One is shorter and 2 longer.
Bless you.
I thought that there was a book similar to the same title as She Would Be King, but it was about Pharaoh Hatshepsut, but that might have been called something else. Never mind. Sorry.
And Jerry recommended She Would Be King in something. Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. I ate some chickpeas, some dried chickpeas with like coriander and stuff on it, and it's making me sneeze. But they're really good.
Love chickpeas.
They're like chickpea chips.
No, I've heard of those. Yeah,
they're really good.
Like the coriander that you.
Yeah.
Bless you.
The book is called By Sea and Sky by Anne. Is it Antoine Bendele? I don't know if y'all have ever.
Ooh, I haven't.
Sorry, y'all. This is the
cover. You're good. Bless you.
Oh, I do own it. I think it's another Chloe recommendation. I think Chloe's read that one.
But I found that one because of this one.
Ooh. That one I have not seen before.
I haven't seen that
it's
one.
only a 30-minute audiobook.
Really?
It's called the Will of the Mischief Maker, an Orisha Tale.
Ooh.
It just came out this year.
I feel like
Orisha. Wheel of the Orisha Maker?
No, it's Tale of the Mischief Maker.
Oh. Where did I get that
from? About that one.
Yeah, it's the first, I guess, in the Orishas Among Mortal series.
Oh, what does that word mean, Salter? I gotta Google.
Oh, I love that cover.
Isn't the cover beautiful?
Yeah. I love that cover.
That other one you mentioned, Ashley, I don't think Chloe has a review video, but her Goodreads review is really good of
By Sea and Sky.
Yeah.
By Sea and Sky. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, wait, they had 2 more. It's kind of a unique one. It's think they run the world.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do. That is true, Salter.
That you have an eidetic memory?
I do. Like I don't have a what's it called? Like photographic memory. I don't have a photographic memory, but like I can picture things if I've seen it before, and I can recall it if I've seen it. So yeah.
Oh,
that is true.
What's the type of memory where someone can be like, "Oh, March 7th, 2002," and the person can know like the date and like the day and what they did or whatever? My aunt has that, and it's wild.
It's crazy. I don't know.
I can't remember.
Like a superpower.
Has it? It's I don't know. I was about to say Mary. She's an older white actress. I remember her on some show talking about it.
You're welcome.
I love that little thing.
My owner is up.
Not your baby overlord.
You say hi.
Hey. Hey.
Oh,
Let
hello.
us know.
We are here for
Mm-hmm.
it hyperthymesia.
Oh.
Someone now? Readily recall numerous details about events that have occurred in their lives. Hyperthymesia. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but autobiographical memory. Highly superior autobiographical memory.
I think my niece has it too. She's 5, and last year she remembered my husband's dad's wedding that she went to when she was just a year old. And wasn't just recalling from seeing photos, like remembered when I held her for a moment to go get her a snack. Like could recall very specific details.
Damn.
And I was like, you were 1. What?
Yeah, that's a superpower. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it was Mary Lou Henner.
Oh.
She played in the show called Taxi.
Oh,
interesting.
Yeah. Salter is always here with the knowledge.
Dropping the gems.
The last time he was in the chat with me and Britt, he brought up some. I can't even remember. We were so chatting. But we were like, what? Now I gotta go and Google stuff.
Oh yeah, the previous reading.
Yeah.
Of the linguist? I can't remember.
Yeah, we gotta go Google stuff. Can I have some of your banana?
That banana looks tasty.
Right, make everything look good.
I know.
It looks tasty.
You gonna share
like
some of your banana?
Share banana?
Nah, bro.
All right.
Nah.
It's okay. All right. I'm not jealous. I'm just sitting over here eating dried cereal. She got a whole banana. She's not trying to share. See how we are.
Well, if she didn't demand you cut it up, because that was me. Cut that thing up.
All them cheeks. All them cheeks. Yeah.
Not a memory like a goldfish, Shamla. Oh, man. Sticky notes. Everybody send Shamla sticky notes.
Oh, wow. This is crazy. I don't know. So who is going to stay on reading schedule?
I probably will. I'm also doing the Octavia Butler slow read. So I think just to have a schedule would be easier.
I'm like I don't have 12 other books to read, so I should just leave this in this room because I'm only in here when I'm filming or napping. So if this goes downstairs, it's a wrap. I will finish this by tomorrow. But I'm gonna put that there.
But if you finish, if you finish it, there's that.
There's that, and I could also reread portions as y'all sprint. I could do that.
True.
It's true, yeah.
Oh yeah, Salter just said reread instead of reading through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Yeah, it is.
I'm excited for chapter 7. I already started it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much for holding back, y'all.
I mean, I already
After
started a
this,
couple
it's just gonna
pages,
stay
but
here.
just to finish the sprint out, I kept going. But
Chapter 7. I think part 2. Is this when Karen shows up?
In part 2?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I'm holding out for that scene because I remember it.
Yeah. That's a scene. And I think I even wrote in my notes, Karen.
Well, I may keep reading because you're doing chapter 7 through 10 on Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Today is Sunday? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I'm so confused. So Britt,
No, I don't like milk. Thank you, though.
so Britt is going to be back on Wednesday.
Cool.
So if any of y'all want to come back with us, feel free. Open invitations.
This Wednesday night?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'll probably, if you have room, I can slide in later. I gotta put her down first.
We're gonna start at 8:45 because she's got Bible study.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be up.
Okay. So, do y'all have anything else in the comments you want to ask or say? Because I think we can start to wrap it up. Sweet.
Yeah, so I can finish getting dinner on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're not,
I'm Auntie Melcine's Stan. I'm president of Stan Club.
If I'm not drinking milk, is that dishwater?
So what?
This?
Got ice in it?
It's ice water. Dishwater.
This is why we thought you were a troll for the longest time.
I know, right? I was thinking.
My block finger was like trigger happy.
Yes, it is 8:45 on Wednesday. I haven't changed it on the thingamajigger yet because life happened. But it is going to be 8:45.
Thingamajigger?
Yeah.
Your time, right?
Yeah, EST. So, yeah. I will make that change.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
I'll probably be in the chat.
I'll watch it play back because I'm usually asleep. I can't hold my eyes open.
I hear you.
Mm-hmm. Passed out.
Ashley, I'll take Ashley and like asleep 2 minutes later. She done answer me, and I come back the next morning. 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, oh yeah, trying to continue the conversation.
Talk about good morning.
Yeah.
Talk about good morning, Deidra. You know that I'm not up.
I know. But if I don't do it when
Text
I
me
first
good morning.
log on, I forget until after work. And I'm like, let me say hello to this lady because I tapped out on the conversation.
Talk about good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've done that. I think we all have done that.
Oh,
yeah. That's right. You got any more banana left, miss?
No. She ready for the real thing. You got to get your hair done.
Oh, okay.
Hair done?
Is it wash day?
She was like,
is it wash day?
No, it's not wash day. She just got to get it combed out and get this back redone because it looked like a hot mess.
The nap time struggle. I know that.
Yeah.
Is she talking? Did she like got words or?
Yeah. Here you go. Bye. Hi.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
She's got words.
That. Not the
You tell
kill,
her, what's the cat
boo-boo.
say? What's the cat say? You got too many people watching. What's the cat say, boo boo?
Yeah.
Good job.
Good job.
All right, that's it. I'm not gonna ask you nothing else.
She's like the cow said. She was gonna run down the animal kingdom on us.
No. And you can't ask her too many questions. She get upset at the world.
Yeah. Okay.
She just yawning, showing all her tonsils.
That's not yours. Put my phone down.
So, all right, y'all, I appreciate you guys reading with us, and we will see you Wednesday at 8:45 on my channel.
Mhm.
And we may have a special guest. What did you call Ashley's baby, Deidra?
Oh, this is a baby girl, I think.
No. You called her what?
Baby overlord.
Yeah,
Baby
Overlord.
Overlord.
We won't have a special guest from Baby Overlord. Baby Overlord will be in bed.
And then knocked out.
So maybe. Yeah.
No. You're out. Say
I
bye-bye.
want some too.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so I guess that's it because
She signed us off.
baby
She
girl
said,
signed
y'all are
us off.
dismissed. It's time for dinner or lunch or whatever.
So I will see you guys on Wednesday. Happy reading.